of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. You can need glasses. Yeah, exactly. You can need glasses. 50 next year.
Text 17. That which pervades the entire body you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. Text 18. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight, O descendant of Bharata. Text 19. Neither he who thinks the living entity the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain, is in knowledge, for the self slays nor is slain. Text 20. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. Text 21. O Partha, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? Text 22. As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. Text 23. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. Text 24. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can neither be burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same.
So start from 25, yeah? It is said that the soul, up to 32. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, you think that the soul or the symptoms of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament, O mighty armed. One who has taken his birth is sure to die, and after death one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So what need is there for lamentation? Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. O descendants of Bharata, he who dwells in the body can never be slain, therefore you need not grieve for any living being. Considering your specific duty as a Kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles, and so there is no need for hesitation. O Partha, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of heavenly planets. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Text 33. If, however, you do not perform your duties, your religious duty to fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties, and thus you lose your reputation as a fighter. Text 34. People will always speak of your infamy, and for your rep- reputable person, dishonor is worse than death. The great general, text 35, the great general who have high esteem your name and fame will think that you have left battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant. Text 36. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and so on your ability that what could be more painful for you. Text 37. O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on a battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with the determination and fight. Text 38. Do the fight for the sake of fighting without considering the happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by so doing you shall never incur sin. Text 39. Thus far I have described this knowledge of you through the analytical study. Now listen as I explain it in a term of working without fruitive result. O son of path, when you act in such a knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of works. Text 40. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and little advancement on this path can protect one from most dangerous types of fears. Hare Krishna.
Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to the heavenly planets, resultant good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature. O Arjun, become transcendental to these three modes, be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. All purposes served by a small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, but all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. You have the right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Perform your duty equipoise, O Arjun, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga.
Text 49. O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. Text 50. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad reactions, even in this life. Therefore strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. Text 51. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries by going back to Godhead. Text 52. When your intelligence has passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. Text 53. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in the trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Text 54. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak and what is his language? How does he sit and how does he walk? Text 55. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desires for sense gratification, which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind thus purified finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. Text 56. One who is not disturbed in mind, even amidst the threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, anger, is called a sage of steady mind.
Text 57. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising it or despising it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. Text 58. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects, as the tortoise draws its limb within the shell, is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Text 59. Through the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense objects remain, but ceasing such engagement by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. Text 60. The senses are so strong and impetuous, or impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. Text 61. One who restrains his senses, keep them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me, is known as a man of steady intelligence. Text 62. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment lust develops, and from lust anger arises. Text 63. From anger complete disillusion arises, from the disillusion bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. Text 64. But a person free from all attachment and aversion is able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom, can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord.
For one thus satisfied in Krishna consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. Text 66. One who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness, we have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be happiness without peace? Text 67. As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Text 68. Therefore, O mighty armed, one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. Text 69. What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled, and the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. Text 70. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like river into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. Text 71. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. Text 72. That is the way of spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered, if one is thus situated, even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God. Krishna.
Translation to the second chapter of Bhagavad Gita by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Sorry, Krishna. Liking it? Nectar, yes. Serious, thoroughly enjoying it. Why don't we do this now and then? Every time Gita Jayanti we do this and we think, oh, we should do this often, but we never do. Again, only in December we do it. Every year. So nice. Yeah. I'll pick maybe 20 verses, important verses from this chapter, which I can give class like, This is my exercise. So, yeah, just exercise, if I know the verse, then that's fine. But just two important verses I just wanted to highlight. Yeah, and if you have a pen and paper or a phone, you can always note down and go and read a little bit more. The second chapter of Gita is contents of Bhagavad Gita summarized. Krishna is a very expert presenter. When you present, you tell what you're going to say. And then you say. Yeah? And then you repeat that, isn't it? Yeah. So this is like a contents, what is he going to say? And in this chapter mainly Krishna tells Arjun that so you're not the body, you're soul. That's the main concept that is given. But two verses for your reference is 2:7 and 2:40. 2:7 is the verse where Arjun had actually surrendered. In the first chapter, he was saying that I'm not going to fight. Yes, all adrenaline symptoms, raise of adrenaline in the body, yeah, fight or flight. So that kind of situation he was in completely. His body was quivering. Yes. Second chapter, he surrendered. He said, I don't know what is right, what is wrong. Sometimes we think we know the best. I don't need any advisor. I'm the best. To come to reality and understand it requires a degree of humility. So Arjun surrendered. That's the point. 7. And 2:40, Krishna says that in this endeavor, you will love this, in this endeavor, in this spiritual endeavor, there is no loss or diminution. A little advancement on this path will protect you from greatest type of fear. What is the greatest type of fear? Fear of losing human form. Fear of losing, because we are all humans, we are here, isn't it? I don't know, I can't see any other animals here. Fear of losing human form. So, there you go. I'll stop there. Otherwise, I can go forever. Is that okay? Let me know if I'm like, I'll pick two verses, but usually I'll just go with one only.
8 verses. Hare Krishna. Arjuna said, O Janardana, O Kesava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work? My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it empirically, philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service. Not a mere abstracting of work can one achieve freedom from reactions, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. One who restrains the senses of action, but whose mind dwells on the sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is far superior. Therefore, perform your prescribed duties, for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work.
Yeah, I see. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you always remain free from bondage. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, "Be thou happy by this yajna sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation." The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you, and thus, by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others, who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment, verily eat only sin. All living bodies subsist on food grains which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. My dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by Vedas certainly leads to life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives in vain.
But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of... Sorry? But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty. A self-realized man who has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment one attains the supreme. Kings such as Janak attain perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he set by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. O son of Pritha, there is no work prescribed for me within all three planetary systems, nor am I in want of anything, nor have I a need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in prescribed duties. For if I ever fail to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all living beings.
As the ignorant perform the duties with attachment to result, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. So, as not to disturb the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the door of activities that are actually carried out by three modes of material nature. One who is in knowledge of absolute truth, Almighty Arm, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the differences between the work in devotion and work for fruitive results. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engages himself in material activities and becomes attached. But the wise should not unsettle them, although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your work unto me, with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, with no claims of proprietorship, and free from lethargic fight. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow their teachings faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions. But those who out of envy disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled and ruined in their endeavors for perfection.
From 33. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his nature, his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish? There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. Text 35. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Text 36. Arjuna said, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? Text 37. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. Text 38.
as fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust. Text 39. Thus the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. Text 40. The senses, the mind and the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him.
Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning, I can't. Not good vision.
Do you want a control plus? No, back. That's good.
Which text should I go on?
You see that one?
41 now.
Prabhu, they all want to hear from your
Yeah.
lotus.
Thank you.
Let me do this also.
Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning, this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. The working senses are superior in dull manner. Dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind. And he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence, O mighty armed Arjuna, one should study the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust. Insatiable. Thank you.
So just the third chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Sorry?
The writing's changed. You can hardly see it.
You can't see, eh?
There are 3 passes.
Yeah, make it bigger. Yeah.
Chapter 4 now.
Chapter 4.
You're going to give it up somebody.
Just 1 minute, like very quick one, just otherwise, it makes a little more interesting, very interesting chapter. Arjuna didn't want to fight, and in the second chapter he got surrendered and asked Krishna to advise. Krishna gave an equivocal instruction. Initially he said, your soul, you are thinking your body, but when you fight, when you kill others, like this is a war, a proper war. We tried number of ways to have the peace agreement, yes, but it did not work. So you should fight. You're not killing the soul. So the soul will never be killed. But and on that concept, so Arjuna is wondering now, should I fight or should I not fight now? Because anyway, if they're all souls, I am soul, what is the need for me to do anything anyway? There's no need to do anything. But Krishna says that here, karma yoga means you have to work. But work with, how do we work? Without expecting the results. I mean, not attached to the results. Action should be done. Action should be done properly, but not to be attached to the fruits of the results. Text 9, for if you want to go and read a little more. So that is the essence. There are a number of other beautiful verses. Okay, Prabhu.
So we're now on chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge. And I'll take myself 8 verses, if that's okay with everyone.
This is the great thing, that getting your turn is very special. The personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna, said, I instruct this imperishable science of yoga to the son god Vivasan, and Vivasan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ishvaku. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in the course of time the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it appears to be lost. Text 3. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you, because you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. If I can ask you to lift it up a little, please. Arjun said, the sun god Vivasan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? Text 5. The personality of Godhead said, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. Text 6. Although I am unborn, and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Text 7. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice or descendants of Bharat, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. Text 8. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appear millennium after millennium. Hare Krishna.
Text 9. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Text 10. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger, being fully absorbed in me, and taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by the knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. Text 11. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Yet everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Brahma. Text 12. Many in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world. Text 13. According to the three modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I am the creator of the system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. Text 14. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruitive reactions of work. Text 15. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore you should perform your duty, following in their footsteps. Text 16. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all this misfortune.
Text 17. The intricacies of actions are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. Text 18. One who sees inaction, and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. Text 19. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavour is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be a worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Text 20. Abandoning all attachments to the result of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive actions, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Text 21. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. Text 22. He who is satisfied with gain which comes of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled, although performing actions. Text 23. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in the transcendental knowledge merges entirely into transcendence. Text 24. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature.
Text 25. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Some, the unadulterated brahmacharis, sacrifices the hearing process and the senses in the fire of mental control, and others, the regulated householders, sacrifice the objects of the senses in the fire of the senses. Others, who are interested in achieving self-realization through control of the mind and senses, offer the functions of all senses and of the life breath as oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possessions, and others by performing severe austerities, by practicing the yoga of the eightfold mysticism, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Still, others who are inclined to the process of breath restraint to remain in trance, practice by offering the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming, and the incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus, at last, remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice. All these performers who know the meaning of the sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and, having tasted the nectar of the results of the sacrifices, they advance towards the supreme eternal atmosphere. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice, one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated.
Text 32. All these different types of sacrifices are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. O chastier of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Bharata, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from his submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impact knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusion. For by this knowledge you will see that all the living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, then that they are mine. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. As a blazing fire turns into fire with ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reaction to material activities. In this world there is nothing sublime as pure transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is a mature fruit of mind mysticism, and one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys the knowledge within himself in due course of time. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge, and having achieved it, he quickly attains a supreme spiritual peace. But ignorant and faithless person who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. Then they fall down. For doubting souls, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next.
Okay. Yeah. One who acts in devotion service, renouncing the fruits of his actions, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus he is not bound in the reaction of work, O conqueror of riches. Therefore the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge armed with yoga. O Bharata, stand and fight.
Okay.
Just a very quick one. So this chapter is entitled Transcendental Knowledge. So work, but work with right consciousness. Yeah, otherwise that work will bind us. And Krishna says that this knowledge he had given to sun god 120 million years ago. Verse number 1, text 1. Sun god needed this knowledge, and all other kings also needs this knowledge. We also need this knowledge. And how do we get this knowledge? Krishna says in the 34, you should approach a bona fide spiritual master and get this knowledge from the bona fide spiritual master. And when we work with this right knowledge, then in 37 it is said that all our, like, the fruit. 37, what is it exactly? As blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burns to ashes all reactions to material activities. Jai. Hare Krishna, Prabhu. So we'll move on to chapter 5, 29 verses, Prabhu.
Aruna said, O Krishna, first of all the you asked me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now you will kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial. The personality of Godhead replied, the renunciation of work and devotion in devotion are both good for liberation, but of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. One who neither hates or desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free of all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated. O mighty armed Arunja. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sangha. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself of the one of these paths will achieve the results of both. One who knows that position reached by means of analytical study can also attain by devotional service, and those who therefore seize analytical study and devotional service will be on the same level see things as they are. Merely renouncing all activities, yet not engaging in the devotional service of the Lord, cannot make one happy. But a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the supreme without delay. Oh, one who works... Oh, that's it. Yeah. Okay.
One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul, and who controls his mind and senses, is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. A person in divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all, because while speaking, evacuating, receiving, or opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results onto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action, as the lotus leaf is untouched by water. The yogis, abandoning attachment, act with the body, mind, intelligence, and even the senses only for the purpose of purification. The steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the results of all activities to me. Whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled. When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions, he resides happily in the city of 9 gates, the material body, neither working nor causing work to be done.
Text 15. That's right? Okay. Nor does the... It was 14, okay. Text 14. The embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. Nor does the Supreme Lord assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which nescience is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. When one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge, and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater, outcast. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahman, and thus they are already situated in Brahman. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant, nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence.
(21) Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. An intelligent person does not take part in the sources of misery, which are due to contact with the material senses. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme, and ultimately he attains the Supreme. Those who are beyond the dualities that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence, the transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the Supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries.
So, text 10, where Krishna says that he gives an example of lotus leaf being untouched by the water. Although it presents in it is in contact with the water, but it doesn't get moistened. Yes, when you pull out, it looks dry. Similarly, if we work in Krishna consciousness, the karma will not bind us. We will not incur any sin. Whenever we do any action, there will be we incur some sort of karma, some kind of sinful reaction. There is reaction always. But if we work in Krishna consciousness, it will not bind us. Just like you'll be unaffected, just like the lotus leaf example. So although you are in the material world, we are still in the spiritual world if we work in the right consciousness. And this is all very good for us. We are all working in this material world. People don't know. They work, but it will bind them. But here Krishna is giving a recipe for us how to be situated here at the same time. We can be in the spiritual world by practicing Krishna consciousness. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. 47 verses, Prabhu.
47.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Dhyana Yoga. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "One who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty." What is called renunciation you should know to be the same as yoga, or linking oneself with the Supreme. O son of Pandu, for one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. For one who is a neophyte in the eightfold yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is a friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. For one who has conquered the mind, the supersoul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. Hare Krishna. Oh, did we miss? Okay. Oh, is it? A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-control. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones or gold, as the same.
Text 9. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral mediators, the envious, friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind. Text 10. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. Text 11 and 12. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusha grass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses and activities and fixing the mind on one point. Text 13 and 14. One should hold one's body, neck and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Text 15. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence. Text 16. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi, O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough.
17 to 24. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, is said to be well established in yoga. As a lamp in a windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist whose mind is controlled remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. The perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and relish and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental senses. Established thus, one never departs from the truth, and upon gaining this, thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken, even in the midst of greatest difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact. One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desires
born of mental speculation, and thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind.
Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full conviction, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw in it and bring it back under the control of the self. Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect. Sorry. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions in past deeds. Thus the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord. A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Such a yogi who engages in worshipful service to the Super Soul, knowing that I and the Super Soul are one, remains always in me and in all circumstances. He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress, O Arjuna.
Arjuna said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and endurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. The mind is restless, determined, obstinate, and very strong, O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the wind. Lord Sri Krishna said, O Matyam, son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice, by detachment. For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work, but he whose mind is controlled and who strives for, so by appropriate means, is assured of success. That is my opinion. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist, who is the beginning, takes the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly misdeeds, and thus does not attain perfection, mysticism? O Matyam, Krishna does not want such a man, who is bewildered from the path of transcendence, fall away from both spiritual and material success, and perish like a riven cloud with no position in any sphere. That is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Prithia, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil.
Text 41. The unsuccessful yogi, after many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocratic. Text 42. Or if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly such a birth is rare in this world. Text 43. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous lives, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kura. Text 44. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. Text 45. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately achieving perfection after many, many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. Text 46. The yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, what's that word? Empiricist, and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances, be a yogi. Text 49. And all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself and renders transcendental loving service to me, he is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion.
Hare Krishna. Our Prema Bhakti Prabhu is a pure Bhakta. He doesn't even like to utter the word empiricist. Yes? So, it's a wonderful chapter where Krishna explains the process of Ashtanga Yoga. And he gives the protocol, a procedure, what you need to do. How many of you are Grihasthas here? Yes, so if you are a Grihastha, done. You can't do anything. So Arjun got actually bewildered after listening to Krishna, the entire process. How you have to be in a secluded place. How many of you can live in a secluded place? Very difficult. You need a supermarket always next to you. So very difficult process if you read that. Arjun got bewildered. What to speak of you? He was 5,000 years ago. He had much more ability than us. He's such an intimate friend of Krishna. He simply rejected that. It's not for me. It's not for me. What is it? Better for us in this Kali Yuga is we can live in the city. Yes. And ideally have a family life, no problem. And while being at home, doing our duty, chant the holy names of the Lord. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
And Krishna tells that, okay, don't worry, in case if you can't make it successful in this life, to the spiritual world, you will be given another chance in the next life. Yeah? I mean, don't take that. So better use this life. Just I'm telling, Krishna mentioned that is a positive aspect of it. In case if you can't make in this life, you'll be given opportunity. See now, all these children, they are doing, from that age only, they are all doing devotion. All the children. So the first 6 chapters are mainly focusing on the karma, And the last verse is, of course, the very famous verse. Of course, the last verse of the sixth chapter will be discussed in the next 6 chapters. So we need not to touch base upon that anyway. I think we are running a little late, but yeah. 5 minutes, we will take a little quick break to stretch our legs, because we are not doing any Ashtanga yoga. Yeah, Ashtanga yogis, they'll sit, they will never stand. They will never stand.
We're just taking a break. Please join. And literally 5 past I will be back. 5 past? 5 past 1? Yeah. So let's that
So again, we're back to 8 verses. So 1 to 8. And next will be next.
So, text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Now hear, O son of Partha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free of doubt. I shall now declare unto you in my full this knowledge, but phenomenal and numinous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego, altogether these 8 constitute my spreaded material energies. Beside these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mine, which comprises of living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. All created beings have their source in these two natures, of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world. Know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic mantras, and am the sound in ether and ability in men.
I am the original fragrance of the earth, and I am the heat in fire. I am the life of all that lives, and I am the penances of all ascetics. O son of Pritha, know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the prowess of all the powerful man. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life which is not contrary to religious principles. O Lord of the Bharatas, Arjuna, know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am, in one sense, everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. Deluded by the 3 modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the 3 modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, those who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. O best among the Bharatas, 4 kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute.
Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best, for I am very dear to him and he is dear to me. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, but he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider to be just like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain me, the highest and most perfect goal. After many births and deaths, he who has actual in knowledge surrender unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and that all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. I am in everyone's heart as super soul. As soon as one's desire to worship some demigods, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Endowed with such faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtain his desires. But in actuality, these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotee ultimately reach my supreme planet. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I am Supreme Personality of God. Krishna was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my highest nature, which is imperishable and supreme.
I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of God, 26. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows. O Sion Bharata, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities arisen from desire and hate. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principles of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death.
If you want to carry on for some time, no problem. Yeah. So, this is the most juiciest part of the Bhagavad Gita from 7 to 12. So if you look at the altar, you see those beautiful garlands. Yes, are they beautiful? Yes. But there is one speciality. What can you see when you look at the garland? Huh? Flowers. Thread, that's the most important. Without thread, you can't make the garland. They'll be all over. They'll be all over it. And Krishna says, That's I am, thread I am. All this planetary system and everything in the universe is in order because I am that thread that is binding. But you can't see. Just like when you look at the garland, you can only see the flowers, not the thread. But it requires a degree of intelligence. And to surrender to Krishna, knowing that fact that he is binding thread, how many lives it takes? Many, many, many lives. After many, many lives, one surrenders to Krishna. So that's what Krishna says in this chapter. Hare Krishna.
Okay, Mataji. How many? First 8 verses. Okay, Prabhu, thank you.
So those two verses are 7:7 and 7:19 for those who are making notes. 7:7 and 7:19.
Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the Self? What are fruit of activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me. Who is the Lord of Sacrifice, and how does he live in the body? O Madhusudana, and how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible, transcendental living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma, the Self. Action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entities is called karma, or fruit of activities. O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called abhibhuta, the material manifestation. The universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and moon, is called Ahadideva, and I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the Supersoul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adiyagna, the Lord of Sacrifice. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body remembering me, alone at once attains my nature, of this there is no doubt. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me, and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Partha, is sure to reach me.
Even once, Prabhuji has just come.
Yes, okay. So, have you done twice? No. So if you take it next.
Okay. Text 9. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, and as he who the oldest, who is the controller, who is the smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond the material conception, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person who is luminous like the sun. Yeah. Yeah, that would be great.
That will take time.
And he transcendental beyond the material nature. Text 10. One who at the time of death fixes his life here between the eyebrows, and by the strength of yoga with an unrelenting mind, and engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion, will certainly attain the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 11. Person who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Om Omkara and who are great sages in the renowned order enter into Brahman. Desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you his process by which one may attain salvation. 12. The yogic situation is that of the detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life air at the top of it. One establishes himself in yoga. 13. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of supreme personality of Godhead and the quiet its body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. 14. For one who always remembers me without devotion, I am easy to obtain, O son of Partha, because of his constant engagement in his devotion service. 15. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. 16. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of miseries, wherein repeated birth and death takes places. But one who attained to my abode of son of Kunti never takes birth again. Hare Krishna.
Text 17, Hare Krishna. By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form the duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night. Text 18. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifest state, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifest again. Text 19. Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated. Text 20. Yet there is another unmanifest nature, which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. Text 21. That which the Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns, that is my supreme abode. Text 22. The Supreme Personality of God, who is greater than all attainable by unalloyed devotion, although he is present in his abode, he is all-pervading, and everything is situated within him. Text 23. O best of the Bharatas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back. Text 24. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god in the light and at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north.
The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months, when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again comes back. According to Vedic opinion, there are 2 ways of passing from this world, one in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns. Although the devotees know these 2 paths, O Arjun, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities, simply being an eternal abode.
Completed. So very quick one, very interesting chapter. It is entitled Attaining Supreme, how one can attain the Supreme Lord. Beginning of this chapter, Arjuna asks several questions, 8 questions. So it's a scientific discussion. It's not like that one is saying the other is accepting blindly. So in our scripture, if you see hundreds and hundreds of questions, they challenge sometimes. Arjuna challenges Krishna and Krishna answers. So there is always opportunity for questions. And so one of the question was that, as long as we are in this world, there is repeated birth and death. Because we are not this body, so we'll have to take another birth after the death. But how can I come to you so that when I come to you, Krishna, how can I go to spiritual world? When I go to the spiritual world, then I will never take birth again. That's the question Arjuna asks. One of the question out of 8. And best question. Best question. Bhagavad Gita teaches how to live in this world, how to leave this world. Wonderful points, yeah? How to live in this world. At the same time, how to leave this world. Krishna says, yes, no problem. You can come to me if you think of me. At the time of death, whatever you think, you will attain that state. If you have a pet cat, you can imagine what would happen next life. Yes? Or a pet dog, whatever. Or pet squirrel or whatever, any pet. So Krishna says, whatever state of being at the time of death, whatever your mind status, whatever your mind focuses on, that state you will achieve in the next life without fail. So if you apply that rule, if you think of me, then you will come to me, Krishna says. Yes? So now we understand, yeah? Very simple. Simple for the simple, complicated for the complicated. Simple but difficult to practice. But it's a simple. That's it, really. And how can we think of Krishna all the time? Not chant, but also know about him. How do you love a person? If I know that person is so nice, so great, his qualities are so nice, then I get attracted. I think of that person. Yes? I think of my son. I think of my daughter. I don't want to mention my wife's name. She's not here anyway. So like that. I mean, so if we read and hear about him, his glories in the Bhagavatam and other scripture, we get attracted. We think of him. End of the story. Hare Krishna.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear Arjun, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you will be relieved of the miseries of material existence. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting, and it is joyfully performed. Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them."
And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not part of this cosmic manifestation, for myself is the very source of creation. Understand that as this mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations enter into my nature, and at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again, and under my will, it is annihilated at the end. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached from all these material activities, seated as though neutral. This material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the Supreme Lord of all that be. Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demonic and atheistic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated.
O son of Pritha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Text 14. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Text 15. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as one without a second, as diverse in many, and in the universal form. Text 16. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and I am the fire in the offering. Text 17. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier, and the syllable Om. I am also the Rig, Sama, and Yajur Vedas. Text 18. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. Text 19. O Arjuna, I give heat and I withhold, and send forth the rain. I am immortality, and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Text 20. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly. Purified of sinful reactions, they take birth on the pious heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights.
Oh yeah, sure. Text 21. Yeah. 21 to 28. Okay. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure and the results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, those who seek sense enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. Text 22. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Text 23. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way. Text 24. I am the only enjoyer and the master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Text 25. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors go to the ancestors. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings, and those who worship me will live with me. Text 26. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. Text 27. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. Text 28. In this way, you will be freed from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me in these principles of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. Krishna.
Yeah. No, it's okay now.
It's okay?
Yeah. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all, but whoever renders service unto me in devotion, in a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Text 30. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. Text 32. O son of Partha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Sudras, workers, can attain the supreme destination. How much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees, and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary, miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee, offer obeisances to me, and worship me, being completely absorbed in me. Surely you will come to me.
So, this chapter is entitled The Most Confidential Knowledge, the Secrets of All Secrets. It's in the middle of the 18th chapter. A very confidential knowledge is revealed in this chapter. So, this Krishna says in this particular chapter, there are a number of verses, but I'll just pick up one or two. Anybody can, take to the practice of devotion. It's not just Indians, just not male, female. Any child, anyone can take to devotional service. No one is bored from the devotion. We have elephant Gajendra taking shelter. We have little Prahalad, 5-year-old boy taking to devotion. Little Dhruv, prince, he was only 5-year-old. He took to the devotion as well. Ajamil, 98-year-old nearly. He took to devotion and he perfected his life. And Maharani Kunti, yes, she was of course a lady. She took variety of people. No one is bored from the devotion at all. But if you are a devotee, Krishna loves you. Krishna loves you, and Krishna tells, my devotee will never perish. He offers his special protection. Just like you never envy anyone, isn't it? Any children. But you care, you show special interest on your own children. Right? Yeah? Similarly, when we become devotee of Lord Krishna, we get special care, special attention. So that is 29, text 29, yes? And Krishna, of course, the famous verse, how can we miss this verse? We have to say this 26, famous 26 verse. Krishna says that he does eat. Sometimes people wonder, does God eat? That's a question they have. Does God eat? Yeah? Krishna says, yes, I eat. And once Prabhupada was questioned. No, how can he eat? Somebody questioned. Should I believe you, rascal, or should I believe Krishna? Krishna says he eats. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, I eat. You are telling you Krishna doesn't eat. Yeah, but what kind of things Krishna eat? Vegetables, patram, means leaf, pushpam, flowers you can offer, and water, fruits, vegetables. Huh? Yes, but one thing remember, that there is a condition. There is a condition. You know what is the condition? With love. It is mentioned twice in that verse, isn't it? If it is something very important, you repeat. Yes, you repeat. So the love is mentioned in that particular verse twice, giving the importance, the value of love. Only when we have love, Krishna will accept it. So, but till then we have to just practice. Okay, I'll stop there. Hare Krishna. Jai Ho.
The opulence of the absolutes.
Are they okay? Are they getting longer? This is a diplomatic way of saying.
The opulence of the absolute. Text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, listen again, O mighty armed Arjuna. Because you are my dear friend, for your benefit I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Text 2. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and the sages. Text 3. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the Supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only, undeluded among men, is freed from all the sins. Text 45. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Text 6. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other great sages, and the Manus, progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them. Text 7. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic powers of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. Text 8. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts.
Text 9. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. Text 10. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Text 11. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna said, You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the unlimited, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages such as Narada, Ashita, Devala, and Vyasa confirm this truth about you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. Text 14. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency, O Supreme Personal, Origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds.
Text 17. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you? And how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered? O Supreme Godhead. Text 18. O Janardana, again please describe in detail the mystic powers of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you, for the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. Text 19. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulences is limitless. Text 20. I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Text 21. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu, of lights, and I am the radiant sun of the Maruts, and I am Marichi, and among the stars I am the moon. Text 22. Of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind, and the living beings, I am the living force. Of text 23. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and the Akshasas, I am the Lord of wealth, Kuvera. Of the Vasu, and I am fire, Agni. And of mountains, I am Meru. Text 24. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be a chief, Praspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya, and of bodies of water, I am the ocean.
Text 25. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibration, I am transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of holy name, Japa. And of immovable thing, I am the Himalayas. Text 26. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree. And of sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitrata. And among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Text 27. Of horses know me to be Uchchaishrava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavata, and among men, I am the Manaj. Text 28. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am Surabhi. Of causes for procreation, I am Kandarpa, the god of love. And of serpents, I am Vasuki. Text 29. Of the many hooded Nagas, I am Ananta. And among the aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Airama. And among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Text 30. Among the Daitya, demons, I am the devoted Prahalada. Among subduers, I am time. Among beasts, I am the lion. And among birds, I am Garuda. Text 31. Of purifiers, I am the wind. Of the wielders of weapon, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. And of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges. Text 32. Of all creation, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle. O Arjuna, of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth.
Yeah, that's true.
But this snake doesn't bite.
Never. All right. Text 33. Of letters, I am letter A, and among compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma. 34. I am all devouring death, and I am generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women, I am the fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. 35. Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am the Bharat Samha, and of poetry, I am Gayatri. Of months, I am Margasira, November to December, and of seasons, I am flower-bearing spring. 36. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. 37. Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am Usana. 38. Among all means of suppressing lawlessness, I am the punishment, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secrets, I am silence, and of the wise, I am the wisdom. 39. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. 40. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Hare.
There are only two verses. 42, that's it.
Okay. Yeah. 41. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. 42. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support the entire universe. Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Wanted to know Krishna?
Sorry?
I said we wanted to know who Krishna is.
Yes, so I'll take very quick 1 minute, yeah? So the last two verses are very important. Krishna describes basically his opulences. By understanding the greatness of Krishna, then we get attracted. So he gives some opulences, and he summarizes them in these two last verses. Single fragment of himself is pervading and maintaining the entire universe. What need is there for more explanation? And whenever you see something opulent, something beautiful, something glorious, you should understand that is coming from Krishna. Yeah, you go to park, you understand that beautiful place is Krishna's creation. Like that, you can see Krishna in the nature everywhere. So Krishna tells, though, very importantly, that but when we worship him, Krishna gives the knowledge by which we can attain him. Krishna is sitting here. When we worship, he destroys the ignorance of darkness, yes, with a shining lamp of knowledge. Yes, that is real Diwali, festival of lights. He really, cleanses our heart. when we do devotion. So Srila Prabhupada has given this process. Continue reading Bhagavad Gita. Continue coming to temple. Hare Krishna. So wonderful chapter with special characteristics and everything. You will see so many wonderful things in this universal form now.
Text 1. Arjuna said, "By my hearing the instructions you have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects, my illusion has how now been dispelled." Text 2. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity and have realized your inexhaustible glories. Text 3. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in your actual position, as you have described yourself, I wish to see you. You have entered into this comic manifestation. I want to see that in the form of yours. Text 4. If you think that I am able to behold your comic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self. Text 5. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear Arjuna, O son of Pratha, see how my opulence, hundreds of thousands of varied divine and multicolored forms." Text 6. O best of the Bharatas, see here the different manifestation of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashwini Kumras, and all other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one has ever seen or heard or before. Text 7. O Arjuna, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you know, desire to see, and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything moving and non-moving is here completely in one place. Text 8. But if you can't see me with your present eyes, therefore I give you the divine eyes. Behold my mystic opulence. Text 9. Hare Krishna.
Text 9. Sanjaya said, "O king, having spoken thus, the Supreme Lord of all the mystic powers, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna." Text 10 and 11. Arjuna saw in that universal form the unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine appraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, and all expanding. His body, all was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. Text 12. If hundreds of thousands of suns were to rise at once into the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of of Supreme Person in that universal form. Text 13. At that time Arjuna could see in the universal form of Lord the unlimited expansions of universe situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. Text 14. Then bewildered and astonished, his hairs standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisance and with folded hands began to pray to Supreme Lord. Text 15. Arjuna said,
My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents. Text 16. O Lord of universe, O universal form, I see in your body many arms, bellies, mouths, and eyes expanded everywhere without limit. I see in you no end, no middle, and no beginning. Text 17. Thank you. Shall I pass it backwards? Oh. Thanks. Oh.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Text 17. Your form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence, spreading on all sides, like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see the glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs, and dixes. Slok 18. You are the supreme frameable objective. You are the ultimate resting place of all this universe. You are inexhaustible, and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of Godhead. This is my opinion. Text 19. You are the without origin, middle, or end. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and moon are your eyes. I see you with blazing fire coming forth from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance. Text 20. Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and the planets and all space between. O great one, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary systems are perverted. Text 21. All the hosts of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you. Some of them, very much afraid, are offering prayers with folded hands. Hosts of great sages and perfected beings, crying all peace, are praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns. Text 22. All the various manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas and Bhushas, and the Aswadas, the Vishyadevas, are to Ashvish, the Maruts and forefathers, the Gandharvas, the Jakshas, the Asuras, and the perfect demigods are beholding in you in wonder. Text 23. O mighty one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed by seeing your great form. With its many faces, eyes, arms, thighs, legs, and bellies, and your many terrible teeth, and as they are disturbed, so am I. Text 24. O all-pervading Vishnu, seeing you with your many radiant colors touching the sky, your gaping mouths, and your great glowing eyes, my mind is perverted by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind. Thank you.
Text 25. O Lord of Lords, O refuge of all the worlds, of all the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance, seeing thus your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth. In all direction I am bewildered. Text 26-27. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings and Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and our chief soldiers also are rushing into your fearful mouths. And some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth. Text 28. As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean,
so do all these great warriors enter blazing into your mouths. Text 29. I see all the people rushing full speed into your mouths as moths dash to destruction in a blazing fire. Text 30. O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people from all the sides with your flaming mouths, covering all the universe with your effluence. You are manifest with terrible scorching rays. Text 31. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. Text 32. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all the people, with the exception of you, the Pandavas. All the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Text 33. Therefore get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Savyakshi, can be but an instrument in the fight. Drona, Bhisma, Jayadratha, Karna, and the other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight and you will vanquish your enemies in battle. Text 35. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a faltering voices as follows. Text 36. Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. Text 37. O great one, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisances unto you? O limitless one, God of gods, refuge of the universe, you are the invincible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. Text 38. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all that is knowable. You are the supreme refuge above the material modes, O limitless form. The whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. Text 39. You are air and you are the supreme controller. You are fire, you are water, and you are the moon. You are Brahma, the first living creature, and you are the great grandfather. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times, and again and yet again. Text 40. Obeisances to you from the front, from behind, and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all pervading, and thus you are everything.
How many, Prabhuji? 48. Okay. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you, O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend. Not knowing your glories, please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times. Jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometime alone and sometimes in front of many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non-moving. You are its worshipable chef, the supreme spiritual master. No one is greater than you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds, O Lord of immeasurable powers? You are the supreme Lord, to be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer you my respectful obeisances and ask your mercy, as a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend the impertinence of a friend, or a husband the familiarity of his wife. Please tolerate the wrongs I may have done you. After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened. But at the same time, my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead, O Lords of Lords, O abode of the universe, O universal form, O thousands-armed Lord. I wish to see you in your four-armed form, with helmeted head and with club, will, conch, and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, happily have I shown you by my internal potency this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you has ever seen this primal form, unlimited and full of glaring effulgence. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine. For either by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activities, nor by severe penances, can I be seen in this form in the material world. Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Text 49. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished. My devotee, be free again from all the disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Text 50. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, having spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last showed his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. Text 51. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardana, seeing this human-like form, so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind and I am restored to my original nature. Text 52. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form which is so dear. Text 53. The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, or by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. Text 54. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way you can enter into the mysteries of my understanding. Text 55. My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities and mental speculations, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every human being, he certainly comes to me. Hare Krishna.
Keep the screen there. Yeah. So this chapter is entitled The Universal Form, where Arjuna had requested Krishna to show universal form. So it's like a video version of the 10th chapter. 10th chapter is audio version, and this is the video version. So whatever he had described in the 10th chapter, he had shown in the 11th chapter video version completely. And Krishna showed not only the full universal form, but later he also displayed the four-armed form of Lord Vishnu. Yes, and back to two-armed form. So Prabhupada writes that Krishna is the source of everything, that Krishna could show everything. So here, in the text 55 is the five-pointed formula for the success. Okay? Okay. What is it? Mat karma krun. So you work for Krishna, work for Krishna. Mat karma krun, mat paramo. You have to make me number one. Currently, who is number one in our life? Ourselves or our wife, I don't know that, but family members. Yeah. So we have other goals. Yes, mat paramo. Krishna says, no, you make me number one. Mat karma krun, mat paramo, mat bhakta. You should become my devotee. And then, sangha varjita. You have to give up the bad association. And then, you should also become non-envious. Nirvairaha. Nirvairaha sarva bhuteshu, among all the living entities. So if you follow these 5 points, 5 principles you apply, Krishna guarantees you will come to me certainly. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much.
This is the shortest and the sweetest chapter, 20 verses. Oh, Lakshman. He likes 12 chapters, right?
His favorite.
Chapter 12, Devotional Service. Text 1. Arjuna inquired, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. Text 3-4. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in welfare of all, at last achieve me. Text 5. For those whose minds are attached to unmanifested, the impersonal feature of the Supreme,
advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in the discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. Text 6:7. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Prusa, for them I am the swift deliverer from version of birth and death.
Me, I'm reading. Text 8. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus, you will live in me always, without a doubt. Text 9. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In the way, develop a desire to attain me. Text 10. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. Text 11. If, however, you are unable to work in the consciousness of me, then try to act, giving up all the results of your work, and try to be self-situated. Text 12. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action, for by such renunciation one can attain peace of mind. Text 13:14. One who is not envious but is kind friend to all living entities, who does not think of himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed upon me. Such devotee of mine is very dear to me.
Text 12. Text 15. He by whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not perturbed by anyone, who is equiposed in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. Text 16. My devotee who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure expert without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. Text 17. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, such a devotee is very dear to me. Text 18 to 19. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equiposed in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge and who is engaged in devotional service, such a person is very dear to me. Text 20. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me.
So, 12th chapter finished. How are you feeling? Happy? Huh? Do you want prasadam now? No, only when we complete the 18 chapters. Yes. First, let's have this prasadam, and then we will take the prasadam prepared in the kitchen. So this is one of the beautiful chapters, as I mentioned, entitled Devotional Service, Bhakti Yoga. Sometimes people ask a question, who should I worship? Should I worship formless or you or Krishna? Yeah. Which is better? Worship of formless, or it is called unmanifested, or worship of Krishna? So Arjuna asked this question. It's very clear in the beginning. And Krishna says without, second thought, my worship is greater, is the best. Yeah. And later he gives various formula as well, especially if you are a devotee, he becomes a swift deliverer. Swift delivery will come and pick you up from the ocean. This is like a ocean. Material world is like a ocean. Will come and pick you up. That's number 6, text 6. And later he gives a recipe how to attain Krishna. Number 1 is, great steps, please remember. Number 1 is fix Krishna. Fix your mind on Krishna. Can you do that all the time? No. Fixing mind is very difficult. If you can't fix your mind, then the second step is practice devotion service. Get up early, worship in the morning, chant Hare Krishna mantra, associate with the devotees, read Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, come to temple, read Bhagavad Gita like this. This is called second step. Practice. This is called sadhana bhakti. Practice devotional service. And third, if you can't do this, just work for Krishna. Some work, cleaning, cutting, some painting, anything, whichever you are good at. If you can't do that, then the last step is that you work but give up the fruits of work. That is the last stage. And later Krishna in this chapter from 13, I think 13 onwards, he explains the qualities that he likes to see in us. What kind of qualities? If you want to attract Krishna's love, Krishna's attention, these are the qualities. We should become non-envious, kind. So like that, there are so many tolerant, so many qualities are there, but it's good to go and read from 13 to 20. Sometimes we all like to be, we all like to be Krishna, isn't it? Like to be by Krishna. So better go and read so that we can develop these qualities. Hare Krishna.
So now there's the first 6 chapters.
Yeah, so we will give.
If nobody wants to visit the bathroom, then we can stand for a minute or 2 and then sit down and carry on because time is getting short. Is that okay? Should we carry on?
Carry on?
Yes. Oh, this black.
I'll take that, then that becomes easy. You've done some miracle, looks like every time you do this one. This is separate. Don't worry. I'll do this. So don't worry, I'll do that. Okay. Okay, Prabhu.
So you have 1 minute to stand up if you wish, otherwise you carry on. Chapter 13, nature, the enjoyer in the condition.
Let them, they're standing. They're standing. Mic, who has got the mic? Yeah. The second step. I know, that one I will always give.
Are we stand up now? Also? Oh, the stretching. Oh, break time. Okay.
Keep
Are
it
you okay?
Yesterday
you did
how
very
much
well.
can you tell?
I love your
How
dance.
to tell by how?
Mataji, thank you very much for yesterday. She done my
Hare Krishna. Can we please be seated? I humbly asked who wanted to stand, and no one stood. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, we can go speed up. Samati, you're lucky. We're now moving to 10 verses.
Arjuna said, "Oh my dear Krishna, I wish to know about Prakriti nature, Purshada and Enjoyer, and the field of the knower of the field, and on knowledge of the object of knowledge. Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the body of Son Kunti is called the field, and one of who knows this body is called the knower of the field." Text 3. A session of Bharata, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies and understand this body. And its knower is called knowledge, that is my opinion. Text 4. Now please hear my brief description of the field of activity, how it is constitutes, what is a changer, whether it is produced, who that knower of field activity is, what is the influences are. Text 5. The knowledge of field of activities and of the knowledge known of activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writing. It is especially present in Vedanta Surita with all reasonings as all cause and effect. Text 6 and 7. The 5 great elements: false ego, intelligence, and the unmanifested, the 10 sense of 10 sense and the mind, the 5 sense object: desire, hatred, happiness, distress, aggravated, the life symptoms and conventions. All these are considered in summary to be the field of activities and its interactions. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Bol. Do you want me to pass it to you?
Yeah, there is some room here.
Texas 8 between 8 to 12. Humanity, presence, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, recognition of objects of sense, gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of the evil of birth, death, old age, and disease, detachment, freedom from attachment with the children, wife, home, and rest, even mindless. Amid pleasures of unpleasant event, constance, and annulled. Devotion to me, inspired to live in a solitary place, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization and psychology, search of the absolutely truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and beside this, whatever they meet to be ignorance. Hare Bol, Hare Krishna.
Text 13. I shall now explain the knowledgeable, knowing which you will taste the eternal. Brahman, the spirit, beginningless, and subordinate to me, lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Text 14. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way the super soul exists, pervading everything. Text 15. The super soul is original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living beings. He transcends the models of nature, and at the same time he is the master of all the modes of material nature. Text 16. The supreme truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. Text 17. Although the super soul appears to be divided among all beings, he is never divided. He is situated as one. Although he is the maintainer of every living entity, it is to be understood that he devours and develops all. Text 18. He is the source of light in all luminous objects. He is beyond the darkness of matter and is unmanifested. He is knowledge. He is the object of knowledge, and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's heart. Text 19. Thus the field of activities, the body, knowledge and the knowledgeable have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly and thus attain to my nature. Text 20. Material nature and the living entities should be understood to be beginningless. Their transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature. Text 21. Nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. Text 22. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus he meets with good and evil among various species. Hare Krishna.
Text 23. Yet in this body there is another, a transcendental enjoyer, who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter, and who is known as the supersoul. Text 24. One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity and the interaction of the modes of nature is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position. Text 25. Some perceive the supersoul within themselves through meditation, others through the cultivation of knowledge, and still others through working without fruitive desires. Text 26. Again, there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about him from others. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death. Text 27. O chief of the Bharat, know whatever you see in existence, both the moving and the non-moving, is only a combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. Text 28. One who sees the supersoul accompanying the individual soul in all bodies, and who understands that neither the soul nor the supersoul within the destructible body is ever destroyed, actually sees. Text 29. One who sees the supersoul equally present everywhere, in every living being, does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus he approaches the transcendental destination. Text 30. One who can see that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing, actually sees. Text 31. When a sensible man ceases to see different identities due to different material bodies, and he sees how beings are expanded everywhere, he attains to the Brahman conception. Text 32. Those with the vision of eternity can see that the imperishable soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjun, the soul never does neither does anything nor is entangled. Text 33. The sky, due to its subtle nature, does not mix with anything, although it is all-pervading. Similarly, the soul situated in Brahman vision does not mix with the body, though situated in that body. Text 34. O son of Bharat, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminate the entire body by consciousness. Text 35. Those who see with eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and can also understand the process of liberation from bondage in material nature, attain to the supreme goal.
I'll just pick up one thing from here. So Hare Krishna, this is a little technical chapter, but we'll keep it very simple. So sometimes we wonder what is knowledge, yeah? So if you want to know what is knowledge, read those 4 verses, or 6 verses, yeah. 8 to 12. Sorry? It doesn't say like, those who make more money, or those who are very beautiful, or those who are, gone to some higher universities, top universities. Here, just see humility. Humility. Yes, you can be proud even going to normal university also sometime, don't worry. You can be humble even going to top university also. But these are some of the qualities: humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance. This is real knowledge. And one of the items I just wanted to focus on is that freedom from entanglement with children, wife, home, and the rest. How does that sound? It's tricky. No, I will explain that. Prabhupada writes nicely. You need not to give up your family, okay? Here it is said freedom from the family, but the better way, Prabhupada says that these are the 4 things you can remain at home. You can just do these 4 things, okay? Number 1, worship the deity. You should have an altar, Radha, Krishna, whatever, Gaur Nitai, Panchatattva, worship. Deity worship should be done. Number 2, whatever we eat, we should offer to Krishna first. Prasadam, eat only prasadam, because everything is given by him. It is said in the Gita, if you eat before offering to Krishna, you are a thief. Krishna says, not me. Yes, not me. 3rd chapter, Krishna says. Okay, eat prasadam, 2nd point. 3rd point, read Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam regularly. And 4th point, chant loudly, raise your hands. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So if you do these 4, you need not to give up your family members, need not to give up your home, wife, children, or anything like that. While being at home, you can practice. Hari Bol, Hare Krishna.
So we're in chapter 14, the 3 modes of material nature. So who has not read any verses at all so far? And who would like to read? Patty, would you like to read? So 10 verses, 1 to 10. You heard the one? Patty, do 12.
12.
This is your chapter.
Okay. Text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Again, I shall declare to you this supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection." Text 2. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Thus established, one is not born at the time of certain or disturbed at the time of dissolution. Text 3. The total material substance called Brahman is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making impossible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharat. Text 4. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Text 5. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. Text 6. O sinless one, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode become conditioned by a sense of happiness and knowledge. Text 7. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this, the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. Text 8. O son of Bharat, know that the mode of darkness born of ignorance is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. Text 9. O son of Bharat, the mode of goodness conditions one to happiness. Passion conditions one to fruitive action, and ignorance, covering one's knowledge, binds one to madness. Text 10. Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance. O son of Bharat, sometimes the mode of passion defeats the goodness and ignorance, and at other times ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. Text 11. The manifestation of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. Text 12. O chief of the Bharatas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, fruitive activity, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and bankering develop.
Text 12. 13. When there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, O son of Guru, darkness, inertia, madness, and illusion are manifested. Text 14. When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure higher planet of the great sages. Text 15. When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities, and one dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom. Text 16. The result of pious action is pure and said to be in the mode of goodness. But action done in the mode of passion results in misery, and action performed in the mode of ignorance results in foolishness. Text 17. From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, greed develops. And from the mode of ignorance develops foolishness, madness, and illusion. Text 18. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets, and those in the abnormal mode of ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. Text 19. When one properly sees that in all activities no other performer is at work than these modes of nature, and he allows the Supreme Lord, who is transcendental to all modes, he attains my spiritual nature. Text 20. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes associated with the material body, he can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distress, and can enjoy nectar even in this life. Text 21. Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O my dear Lord, by which symptoms is one known who is transcendental to these three modes? What is his behavior? and how he transcends his modes of nature. Text 25 to 20, 22 to 25. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, he who does not hate illumination, attachment, and delusion, and when they are present, or long for them when they disappear, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all the reactions of the material qualities, remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that modes alone are active, who is situated in the self and regards like happiness and distress, who looks upon a lump of earth, a stone, a piece of gold with an equal eye, who is equal towards the desirable and undesirable, who is steady, situated equally well in the praise and blame, honor and dishonor, who treats alike both friend and enemy, and who has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have transit the modes of nature. Text 26. One who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. 27. And I am the basis of impersonal Brahman who is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness.
Hare Krishna. So, 14 chapters finished, 3 more. Yes, everyone's looking happy. Yes. So this chapter is entitled 3 Modes of Material Nature. But before we get into that, let me just pick the verse, text 5, where Krishna says that I am the father of all living entities, not just to humankind, not just to only Indian or a particular race, but entire, like, what is the word? Species, all species. Yes. Is it 4? Yeah, did I say? Yeah, text 4, yes. So, all species of life. Have you ever heard this anywhere? Any species you see that Krishna is the father. So that means Krishna should be worshipped by everyone. Yes. So this is the best way. Father Day celebration comes, we should worship Krishna. And we should also treat all other species in a friendly manner. They are like our brothers and sisters. Not just the humans, but all other living entities as well. Krishna says that. You see that point? And these 3 modes, they are like what we say, chains, coverings, or like sometimes, glasses. If you look at the wall with a tinted glasses, you see that color. Yes. So these modes are like that. If one is in ignorance, one sees the world like that. So they bind us because of being influenced by these 3 modes, mode of ignorance, passion, and goodness. We'll never be able to understand Krishna. We'll never be able to see things in their right perspective. Of course, among these 3, goodness is the best. We should at least aim for goodness, to come to the goodness. But Krishna also gives a recipe in 26, where Krishna says that how you can overcome these modes simply by engaging devotional service. You can overcome these 3 modes. They are influencing us currently. Because of that particular mode, we are able to think only in that way. But when we worship Krishna, we will transcend these modes. So that is the recipe. Worshipping Krishna is the recipe. Hare Krishna.
All religions are there to try and move everybody into the mode of goodness. So just wanted to say that all religions, the purpose is to move us from the mode of ignorance to the mode of goodness. Okay? And that's why it's so important that religion remains there for everyone. Hare Krishna. So we're now on 15.
20 verses.
Two people, the yoga of the Supreme Person, who has not spoken any verses so far. Who has not done twice? Ooh. So we're going to go Prabhu here. One, and then you're next. Yeah. Hare Krishna. Text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "It is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas." Text 2. The branches of this tree extend downward and upward, nourished by the three modes of material nature. The twigs are the objects of the senses. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound to the fruitative actions of human society. Text 3 to 4. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and there surrender to that Supreme Personality of Godhead, from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Text 5. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion, and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, bewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom. Text 6. That supreme abode of mind is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. Text 7. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. Text 8. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another, as the air carries aromas. Thus, he takes one kind of body and again quits it to take another. Text 9. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. Text 10. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. Hare Krishna.
Text 11. The endeavoring transcendentalists who are situated in self-realization can see all this clearly, but those whose minds are not developed and who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try. Text 12. The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me, and the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me. I enter into each planet, and by my energy they stay in orbit. I become the moon and thereby supply the juice of life to all vegetables. I am the fire of digestion in the bodies of all living entities, and I join with the air of life, outgoing and incoming, to digest the four kinds of foodstuff. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Text 16. There are two classes of beings, the fallible and the infallible. In the material world, every living entity is fallible, and in the spiritual world, every living entity is called infallible. Text 17. Besides these two, there is the greatest living personality, the Supreme Soul, the imperishable Lord Himself, who has entered the three worlds and is maintaining them. Text 18. Because I am transcendental, beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as that Supreme Person. Text 19. Whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Bharata. Text 20. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavors will know perfection.
Hare Krishna. So this is also, there are two shortest chapters in Bhagavad Gita, number 12 and number 15. And many people in India, they memorize one of these chapters at least. Hey, I know one chapter. So, and also, you know, if you want to teach your kids or your family members, it's a good idea to pick one of these chapters. Give them sometimes that feeling of, you know, achievement. Hey, I learned one chapter sometime. So in the beginning of this chapter, Krishna describes a banyan tree. But this banyan tree is you know, wonderful. It's different. It has got the roots upwards, the branches downwards. Have you ever seen a tree like that? But can you see a tree like this in this anywhere? You can see reflection in the water. If you go onto the bank of a river, pond, you can see the reflection. That means the real tree is elsewhere. So this material world, Krishna compared to be that of that reflection. So the real world is elsewhere. This is a reflection of the real world. Our real home is elsewhere, but we are in the reflection. So how do we, and he further describes in text 6, and Natad Bhasa, no electricity required, no sun required, no moon required, no need to pay your energy bill these days. You know, they are skyrocketing. Rather than, you know, government working on this, they can work out how to send people to this spiritual world. So Krishna describes that my planet is special. If you come there, you don't need any of these things. And again, how do we go there? By practicing devotion. Hare Krishna. Very interesting chapter 16. You have to be very careful.
So we have 2 people for 12 each. Who has not spoken twice? You have spoken twice. No, you haven't. I'll trick you. Is that divine or demonic? Funny? And the hope is what we're doing. Okay. So, over to you. Who's got the mic?
Texts 1 to 3. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault-finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature. Text 4. Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance. These are qualities belong to those demonic nature, O son of Pritha. 5. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with divine qualities. 6. O son of Pritha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called the divine and the other is called the demonic. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now, hear from me of the demonic. Text 8. Text 7. Those who are demonic do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them. 8. They say that this world is unreal with no foundation, no God in control. They say it is produced of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. 9. Following such conclusions, the demonic, who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence, engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. Text 10. Taking shelter of insatiable lust and absorbed in the conceit of pride and false prestige, the demonic, thus illusioned, are always sworn and unclean work, attracted by impermanent. Texts 11 and 12. They believe that to gratify the senses in their prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of their life, their anxiety is immeasurable. Bound by a network of hundreds and thousands of desires and absorbed by lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means of sense gratification.
Text 13 till 15. The demonic person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future, more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man, surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices. I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. Text 16. Text 16. Yeah. Thus, perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, they become too strongly attached to sense enjoyment and fall down into hell. Text 17. Self-complacent and always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in name only, without following any rules or regulations. Text 18. Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust and anger, the demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and blaspheme against the real religion. Text 19. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are lowest among men, are perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence into various demoniac species of life. Text 20. Attaining repeated birth amongst the species of demoniac life, O son of Kunti, such person can never approach me. Gradually they sink down to the most abominable type of existence. Text 21. There are 3 gates leading into this hell: lust, anger and greed. every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. Text 22. The man who has escaped these three gates of hell, O son of Kanti, becomes acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination. Text 23. He who discards spiritual injunctions and acts according to his own whims attain neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme destination. Text 24. One who therefore understands what is the duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures, knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol.
So, in the olden days, they used to say, yes, if money is lost, nothing is lost. Health is lost, something is lost. But if the character is lost, everything is lost. It's reverse now. If the character is lost, nothing is lost. Health, always you feel the pain immediately. If health is lost, something is lost. Yes, if the money is lost, everything is lost now. Character. But demons and the devotees are based on not the appearance. Sometimes we think demons are like got horns and different things and they look funny shape. It's not like that. It is based on the character. You know, if you see in our scriptures, Ravan, Hiranyakashipu, they were born in Brahmana's family, but their behavior was demonic in nature. It's based on the character, not by birth. Always never remember. It is a very important point. Yeah, it's by character. Their first proposition is, they say, this world is false, asatyam, apratishtam. There is no basis, no controller, they say. A demon says this. Text 8. Text 8, yes. They say that there is no controller. This is just happening because of the, man and woman coming together. Everything is going on. There is no controller behind this, isn't it? So that's what they propose. By chance. So, and how do we, in this point, in this chapter at the end, Krishna says that we should understand what is duty, what is not duty. By reading the scripture, by practicing the scripture, we should know what to be done, what not to be done. Then, accordingly, we should progress further. Hare Krishna. But one point, even if you have some demonic qualities, worship Krishna. He will steal away your demonic qualities. Hari. Hari means stealing unwanted things. That's why his name is Hari. Okay.
Hare Krishna. So we have 3 people. So, who has not done twice? Yeah. So, then you, and then yourself. So 9 verses.
Till 9? Okay. Text 1. Arjuna inquired, O Krishna, what is the situation of those who do not follow the principles of scriptures but worship according to their own imagination? Are they in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance? Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of 3 kinds. In goodness, in passion, so I'm repeating again. Text 2.
Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds: in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance. Now hear about this. Text 3. O son of Bharata, according to one's existence, under the various modes of nature, one evolves a particular kind of faith. The living being is said to be of a particular faith according to the modes he has acquired. Text 4. Men in the mode of goodness worship in the demigods. Those in the mode of passion worship the demons. And those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. Text 5 to 6. Those who undergo severe... It's 5 to 6. I didn't start for the 5 to 6 thing. Yeah. So, those who undergo severe austerities and penances not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride and egoism, who are impelled by lust and attachment, who are foolish, and who torture the material elements of the body as always as the supersoul dwelling within, are to be known as demons. Text 7. Even the food each person prefers is of three kinds, according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true for of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Now hear of the distinctions between them. Text 8. Text 8. Foods dear to those in the mood of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such foods are juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart. Stay. Till text 9, right, Prabhuji? Is it till text 9? Yeah. Can you just sit down? Text 9. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry, and burning are dear to those in the mode of passion. Such foods cause distress, misery, and disease.
Text 10. Food prepared more than 3 hours before being eaten, food that is tasteless, decomposed, and putrid, and food consisting of remnants and untouchable things is dear to those in the mode of darkness. Text 11. Of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed according to the directions of Scripture as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is of the nature of goodness. Text 12. But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit or for the sake of pride, O chief of Bharatas, you should know to be in the mode of passion. Text 13. Any sacrifice performed without regard for the directions of Scripture, without distribution of prasadam, the spiritual food, without chanting of Vedic hymns and remunerations to the priests, and without faith is considered to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 14. Austerity of the body consists in worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmanas, the spiritual master, the superiors like the father and mother, and in cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence. Text 15. Austerity of speech consists in speaking words that are truthful, pleasing, beneficial, and not agitating to others, and also in regularly reciting Vedic literature. Text 16. And satisfaction, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purification of one's existence are the austerities of the mind. Text 17. This threefold austerity performed with transcendental faith by men not expecting material benefits but engaged only for the sake of the Supreme is called austerity in goodness. Text 18. Penance performed out of pride and for the sake of gaining respect, honor, and worship is said to be in the mode of passion. It is neither stable nor permanent.
Penance performed out of foolishness, with self-torture or to destroy or injure others, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 20. Charity given out of duty, without expectation of return, at the proper time and place, and to a worthy person is considered to be in the mode of goodness. Text 21. But charity performed with the expectation of some return, or with a desire for fruitive results, or in a grudging mood, is said to be charity in the mode of passion. Text 22. And charity performed at an impure place, at an improper time, to unworthy persons, or without proper attention and respect, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 23. From the beginning of creation, the three words Om Tat Sat were used to indicate the supreme absolute truth. These three symbolic representations were used by Brahmins while chanting the hymns of the Vedas and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme. Text 24. Therefore, transcendentalists undertaking performances of sacrifice, charity, and penance in accordance with scriptural regulations begin always with Om to attain the Supreme. Text 25. Without desiring fruitive results, one should perform various kinds of sacrifice, penance, and charity with the word tat. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from material entanglement. Texts 26 to 27. The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, and it is indicated by the word Sat. The performer of such sacrifice is also called Sat, as are all works of sacrifice, penance, and charity, which, true to the absolute nature, are performed to please the Supreme Person, O son of Partha. Text 28. Anything done as sacrifice, charity, or penance without faith in the Supreme, O son of Partha, is impermanent. It is called Asat and is useless both in this life and the next.
Hare Krishna. Very interesting chapter in the Bhagavad Gita. And this is very practical. This chapter you can read forever. And there are so many practical lessons which we can implement and get benefited from this chapter. Gita tells us how to live in this world. What kind of food do you need to eat? Yes. And Krishna earlier he said, you have to be regulated in habits. It tells you actually to be happy in this world. Foods, what kinds of food we have to eat? There are three kinds of worship. First we come, three kinds of worship. Those who are in the mode of goodness, they worship demigods. Those who are in passion worship demons. And in ignorance, they worship ghosts and spirits. Yeah? And food wise.
So just so you understand, demon doesn't mean the one with the horns.
Yeah.
It's the one without the qualities.
Yeah. And foods are also three kinds. What do the people in mode of goodness they like? So fresh vegetables, they increase duration of life. They're wholesome, not frozen. So yes, fatty, yes, pleasing to the heart. And foods are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry, burning, or dear to those who are in the mode of passion. Yeah? So, I request that, you look after your health. Yeah. Don't compromise your health. I beg all of you, because your health is very important. Um, Spend money for the vegetables. Eat vegetables. If you eat right food, you are in the right consciousness. You are what you eat, in English they say. And Krishna is saying the same. By eating the food, right food, you come to mode of goodness and your brain tissues develop and you can understand so many things in a better way. And also, the other activities such as sacrifice, austerity, penance, charity are also in the mode of different modes. Can we bring up the quick one, Prabhu? Because these are quite interesting. Sacrifice, okay? The sacrifice performed according to the direction of the scripture as a matter of duty. As a matter of duty by those who desire no reward. As a matter of duty and expecting no reward when we are doing sacrifice. That is mode of goodness. But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit, for the sake of pride, yes, I am doing this yajna, I'll show how great I am, I show how great, how great worshipper I am. That is passion. And also charity is a very interesting one. How should we do charity? Interesting chapter. We'll take 1 minute to finish it. Please listen. But charity performed with the expectation of some return or with a desire for a fruitful result or in a grudging mood is said to be charity in the mode of passion. Yeah? But if you give out of duty, without expectation, no return, at the proper time, proper place, worthy person is considered to be mode of goodness. So give charity to ISKCON Manchester. Increase your mode of goodness, Baba. Increase. And this is the message coming from the temple treasurer. We follow Bhagavad Gita. Hare Krishna. I'll stop there.
What do you consider like frozen foods to be in which category?
Yeah.
It's not Q&A.
Yeah, we can answer, but I would say here, rather than category, I would say don't eat. So that's the point. Yeah, whichever category doesn't matter. I would say don't eat. Like should avoid eating. Put it that way.
Yeah. So 8 people we have for this last chapter.
Yeah, I would like.
So you haven't done any, so you can go first. So anybody else?
Neela Mataji, she was working in the kitchen.
Exactly.
So she came here to read some
10 verses.
Yeah, it's conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, sannyasa. O killer of the Kasi demon, master of the senses. Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life, sannyasa. And giving up the results of all activities is what the wise call renunciation, tyaga. Text 3. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty, yet other sages maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance should never be abandoned. Text 4. O best of the Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of 3 kinds. Text 5. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the great souls. Text 6. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty. O son of Pritha, that is my final opinion. Text 7. Prescribed duty should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 8. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. Text 9. O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness. Text 10. The intelligent renouncer, situated in the mode of goodness, neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work.
Text 8, is it? 11. Sorry, 11. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who has truly renounced. Text 12. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, accrue after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy. Text 13. O mighty Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all action. Now learn of these from me. Text 14. The plan of action, the body, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the supersoul, these are the 5 factors of action. Text 15. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is called by these 5 factors. Text 16. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Text 17. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Text 18. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower, and the 3 factors that motivate action, the senses, the work, and the doer, are all the 3 constituents of action. Text 19. According to the 3 different modes of material nature, there are 3 kinds of knowledge, action, and performer of action. Now hear of them from me. Text 20. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness. Text me? Carry on.
Text 21. The knowledge of which one sees that is very different body, there is different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion. Text 22. And the knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is called to be in the mode of darkness. Text 23. The passion which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire of fruitive results is said to be in the mode of goodness. Text 24. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion. 25. The action performed in illusion is disregard of scriptural injunctions and without concern of future bondage or for violence or distress caused by others is said to be in the mode of ignorance. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, and with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in the success or failure,
is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. The worker who is attached to work and fruits of work, desiring to enjoy the fruits, and who is greedy, always envious, impure, and moved by joy and sorrow, is said to be in the mode of passion. The worker who is always engaged in work against the injunctions of Scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance. O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination, according of the three modes of material nature. O son of Partha, the understanding by which one knows who ought to be done and ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, and in the mode of goodness. O son of Partha, that understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action should be done and action should not be done, is in the mode of passion. The understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion, under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives against always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. O son of Partha, the determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained and steadfastness by yoga practice, and which thus controls the activities of the mind, life, and senses in determination, is the mode of goodness. But the determination by which one holds fast to putative results in religion, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna, and that of determination which cannot be beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion. Such unintelligent determination, O son of Partha, is the mode of darkness. O best of Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of unhappiness by which the conditioned soul enjoys and by which he sometimes becomes to be the end of all distress. That which is beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one of self-realization, is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. That happiness which is derived from contact of senses with the objects, and which appears like nectar at first, but poison at the end, is said to be the nature of passion. And the happiness which is built of self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be the nature of ignorance. There is no being existing either here or among the demigod is the higher planetary system which is freed from these three modes of born of material nature.
Hare Krishna. Text 41. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own natures, in accordance with material modes. O chastiser of the enemy. Text 42. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness, these are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. 43. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in the battle, generosity, and leadership are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Farming, cow production, business are the natural work for the Vaishyas, and for the Shudras, they are labor and service to others. Text 45. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. Text 46. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all being and who is all forwarding, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. Text 47. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature
are never affected by sinful reactions. Text 48. Every endeavor is covered by some fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born in his nature. O son of Kunti, even if such works is full of fault. Text 49. One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyment can obtain, by practice of renunciation, the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. Text 50. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional stage Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize.
Yeah, I'm awake. Oh, from where to? Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred. One who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind, and power of speech, who is always in trance and who is detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship, and peaceful. Such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. Text 54. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. He is equally disposed toward every living entity. In that state he attains pure devotional service unto me. One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service, and when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Text 56. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee, under my protection, reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. Text 57. In all activities, just depend upon me, and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness, but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. Under illusion that you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti.
So somebody can steal it. So who is feeling sleepy? Does the sleepy person? Chinmay, Bhakti, Chinmay, they both said. Sitting next to each other, who is inducing sleep whom? I don't know. Then you should speak. I feel so sleepy. Yeah.
The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. O sign of Bharata, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace, you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Thus, I have explained to you knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this carefully, and then do what you wish to do. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you, my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is your benefit. Sorry, which text? Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus you Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this, because you are my very dear friend. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. And I declare that he who studies the sacred conversation of ours worships me by his intelligence.
And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planets where the pious dwell. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, where have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Arjuna said, My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now free, firm and free from doubt, and am prepared to act according to your instructions. Sanjaya said, Thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end. By the mercy of Vyas, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who is speaking personally to Arjuna. O King, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure, being thrilled at every moment. O King, as I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Grandaraj Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki. Gita Jayanti Maha Mahotsavam ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Nitai Gaura Premanandi. So looks like everyone's so happy now. Yeah? Done and dusted now. If you want to understand Gita in one verse, 1865, Krishna gives 4 instructions. Always think of me. Become my devotee. Worship me and offer your homage unto me. If you do these 4 things, you will come to me. You can read the purport for this verse, 1865. Second chapter, first chapter, Arjun was in dilemma, whether to fight or not. Second chapter, he surrendered. Please guide me. I don't know what to be done, what not to be done. 18th chapter, he says, I am clear now. I know what to be done. Actually, Krishna said, do what you like. After giving all that message, Krishna didn't force him that you must follow this instruction. He said, Yatheschati tatakur, you do what you like. I've given the knowledge. And he said, no. My illusion is now gone. I've regained my memory. So I will do whatever you say. This should be our understanding when we read Gita. This should be the conclusion that we should come to, following in the footsteps of Arjuna. Anyway, so for Krishna, those who read Gita, they are very dear, isn't it? That's what it's mentioned there. And Haribol, what's happening, Bhakti? Yeah. So those who read Gita are very, very dear, and you have now performed a great sacrifice just by reading, just by sitting here. You have performed a wonderful, great sacrifice. You will get enormous benefit by doing this. And Krishna also says that don't be greedy. You should share it with others. Read Gita, live Gita, give Gita. So please kindly share this knowledge with others. Also, if possible, this month you can take a vow. At least I will distribute 1 Bhagavad Gita, 2 Bhagavad Gitas, 3, or whatever you can take a vow. At least 1 Bhagavad Gita. Raise your hand if you would like to distribute 1 Bhagavad Gita to your family, friends, anyone. Minimum 1. Minimum 1. Jai. 1 Bhagavad Gita. Yeah, Krishna is witnessing. Don't think that I raised my hand. Who is going to check? But Krishna witnessed. And he said, nobody can cheat him. Is gambler among the cheating. So please, if you had raised your hand, you please obey that. Otherwise, you have to offer explanation to Krishna. Okay, so thank you so much. And you see that wonderful last verse. People sometimes think that if you read Gita, you lose everything sometimes. It is only for elderly people. 60, 65, 70 are on the deathbed that time. So, but it's not like that. It can be given from the tender age. We have seen so many youngsters are sitting and taking this real knowledge. So please use it, and I'm sure you will get enormous benefit. So, a couple of quick announcements. Sorry. So this coming Friday evening, a monk from our major temple, Bhaktivedanta Manor, is visiting. His name is His Holiness Keshav Maharaj. He's a monk, full-time monk. He's been in the movement for over 20 years, practicing fully celibate. And he'll be with us. He's very expert. And we will be meeting in the temple at 5 o'clock. And we will be trying to do some door-to-door distribution. We will knock the door. Maharaj that monk is very expert. He will train us how to share these books by knocking each door. So that's Friday evening. And on Saturday, there is a full program, morning program, starting from 5 a.m. onwards. Full morning program, and that monk Maharaj will also give a special class on Srimad Bhagavatam. And then at 10 o'clock, all of us are going to city center for a major Harinam. Harinam Sankirtan Ki. But by the way, 9 o'clock there is prasadam here, don't worry. Prabhuji is mentioning so many things, what happening prasadam. So 9 o'clock there is prasadam. Don't worry, 8 to 9 Bhagavatam, 9 o'clock prasadam, 10 o'clock we leave for city center. And a massive, massive Harinam. And I say that please come and experience this. Please, wonderful opportunity. You would love it. Please come and experience. And now we'll do a quick 5 minutes standing kirtan to stretch our legs and take prasadam. Hare Krishna. Thank you everyone. Haribol.
Can you ask them to collect the mats?
Huh?
It's fine, I didn't know it.
4 o'clock. But it's okay. Yeah, I usually do little light. But thing is, we rotated, and also we did a bit of chapter summary. Otherwise, it's boring. People you how to make them smile. Otherwise, sleep. Yeah. 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 So we start at 11:20. You hold this. You hold
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madhav, Jaya Radha Madhav, Radha Madhav, Jaya Radha Madhav, Jaya. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nita go, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nita go, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Go, Hari Bol.
Hamsa Paribrajagacharya Ashtottara Shata Shri Shri His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Paribrajagacharya Ashtottara Shata Shri Shri His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Se Kaho Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrajabhumi Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुर धाम की जाय गंगा माई की जाय यमुना माई की जाय तुलसी देवी की जाय कलयुग पावन श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की जाय गीता जयंती महामहोत्सवम की निथाय गौर प्रेमानंदी. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glory to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. So today's feast is sponsored by Ambada Prabhu in memory of his late father who had recently passed away, and he had requested all the assembled Vaishnavas to pray for his father's safe journey. Let's chant one Hare Krishna mantra as an offering prayer. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prasadam awaits next door. Hare Krishna. Thank you, everyone.
No, let's do it. Why not? Hey, Ramesh, come on. Mahaprasade Govinde. Nama Brahmani Vaishnave. Svalpa Punya Vratam Rajan. Vishwaso Naiva Jayate. Sharirara Vidya Jal. Jorendriya Tahe Kal. Jive Phale Vishaya Sagare. Karmaje Jivayati. Lobha Moisu Durmati. Take Jita Katina Samsare. Krishna Bada Dayamay. Kori Bhara Jiva Jai. Swaprasadana Delo Bhai. Say Anamrita Pao. Radha Krishna Guna Gao. Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nitai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Shri Bhagavad Mahaprasadam ki Jai.
We have been reading for last 20 years. We just know like which wars where, all that thing. Like good, you are here. Very happy to see you. You made my day. Ranchor Maharaj. Mataji is here.
Oh, they actually just they went back home today.
Final kirtan was cherry on the cake. Why don't you come and do a bit like that? I can invite sometime. Rather than we can do a
Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law brother, no? Co-brother. So,